We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. 30 minutes, and we're going to cover the ground, over the course of this afternoon and focus our attention on the key races of the day. And I want to start with a story that we certainly is most important here today as far as the riders are concerned. Flavien Prat, we saw him unseated in the opening race yesterday. He's a little sore. Just got a text message from his agent, Brad Pegram. A little sore today, but he'll be ready to go in a couple of days. And so Flavien Prat not riding today, and Johnny Velasquez off of his mounts today, but not for an injury.
Yes, no, and he's actually headed back to New York for a personal matter, so he will be off his mounts today as well. So just look for those changes throughout the day. But good news with Flavien, just a little bit sore from yesterday, and hopefully we can see him back in a couple days.
Yeah, he took a race off, then he rode in the latter half of the card, and just taking a day here today. So we'll see him back, I would imagine, next week. And thanks to Brad Pegram for giving us an update on that. Today, our featured event is the Grade 2 Franklin Stakes, but it is also Kids Club Family Day.
I have my little guy out here with me today somewhere. Someone's babysitting him. I don't know where he is. He's
over in that bush right over there.
He might pop up and show, but he's really excited about getting his face painted like Spider-Man, so hopefully we can make that happen.
He's got binoculars. He's ready to go. He's looking at planets. I wonder where he gets that from.
Big planet guy, big bug guy. Yeah.
Kids Club Family Day. Enjoy it, and we're so excited to have the families out here enjoying a great day of racing. Here's our social media handles. For Keeneland Racing on X, it's at Keeneland Racing. On Instagram, at Keeneland. Facebook, at Keeneland. FanDuel TV, give them a follow on X. Always a lot of fun things going on the X platform on FanDuel TV and Instagram. FanDuel TV Plus, if you want to catch great racing coverage on the network and you don't have it on your cable or satellite provider, that FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, download that. And also download the Keeneland Race Day app if you want to stay up to date with all of our selections, our full card selections each and every race day. Tom Leach getting the old fire emoji, doing well with his handicapping on the Keeneland Race Day app.
Good. I feel like I've been a little chilly. You were totally on top of Lush Lips yesterday.
Yes, it was a good one.
Great interview from Tom Leach with Brendan. You could tell that he was so confident. I know after that particular interview, a couple people that I know placed some wagers on that horse, so this show is very useful.
And Lush Lips, she's in the Keeneland November sale.
She is. Hip number 129? Memory serves me correctly.
Go with that. Let's take a look back. That was right. 129. Well done. Let's take a look back at yesterday in moving pictures. Map of the Moons, Kelsey Danner, Axel Concepcion, starting off the pick 6 at odds of 9-1, a Keeneland sales graduate.
That's right. And it was also the first leg of the turf pick 3, so a nice little price there to get it home. $200,000 Keeneland September sales graduate. And then we take a look at Chapman's Peak, a nice looking winner there for Brad Cox, and really just kicked clear from the rest of the field, did go off as the post-time favorite.
And that was back-to-back victories for that runner, having broken the maiden at Kentucky down. Stiletto, she was down on the inside. She came off the rail, and she blows right on by her competition as the post-time favorite. Brett Calhoun, Irad teaming up for race number 8.
Yeah, that was a pretty effortless win. Once she kind of got her feet underneath of her, you could see she was just on cruise control, crossing the finish line. And then Lush Lips, as we mentioned, she is entered to sell in the November sale on November 4th. And book when she will be hip number 129. And nice little update to the page there. Now a Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, turn your attention to the video board as we show you her Grade 1 victory as we're down in the sales pavilion in a few weeks' time. Jockey standings, Irad pulling 3 clear. Johnny Velasquez, again, he will not be riding today. Jose Ortiz, Luis Saez, they're 5 off the pace. And Tyler Gaffleone, he picked up that Grade 1 win with Lush Lips. He sits 6 off the pace. Brendan Walsh, 1 in front of Brad Cox, Todd Pletcher, Wesley lurking back in 3rd. And then Kenny McPeak rounding out the top 4 in the trainer standings.
That's right. And see what happens today. One other thing that we've been monitoring, Steve Asmussen, he was on the precipice of 11,000 wins, and he got it last night at Remington with his son aboard, Eric Asmussen. He won 3 races last night at Remington and managed to get to that 11,000 career victories.
And Remington Park, a place near and dear to his heart. We visited with him when we've gone back to Remington Park at the end of the meet for Springboard Mile. It's the first place that he picked up a training title in the early days of this insane career that Steve Asmussen has had. So to Steve, the entire team, Julie, and everybody behind it, Scott Blasi, Darren Fleming, congratulations on win number 11,000. Let's go to WKYT for the weather.
We've got another fall feel for our day here on Sunday as you are planning to have another great day at the races. Those temperatures are going to be in the 70s once again with plenty of sunshine. You will notice a few passing clouds just ahead of and before that final post time, but we should stay entirely dry. Those breezes will have you feeling a little bit chillier, but if you're standing in the sunshine right on the edge of the track, it's going to be feeling great. So take advantage of this beautiful wrap to our weekend and have a great day at the races.
John Deere track conditions fast and firm today. We saw the turf course playing pretty quick. Not surprised that it was upgraded to firm to start the day here today, Keeneland.
Yeah, we haven't had any rain in the past couple of days. Last time we had it was Tuesday, and we got a lot of it. So that track drying out very nicely. Huge crowd on tap yesterday afternoon. Did you see the sea of people on the apron?
The wave. Back and forth they go, and just the buzz, the atmosphere. So we love it, and we expect to see it again here today at Keeneland. Let's take a look at our featured event, Grade 2 Franklin Stakes. This race, much different with the scratch of Future Is Now.
Yeah.
This is a filly that has done such great work over the course of her career. She was 2 for 2 here at Keeland, but she was scratched, announced with those late scratches that came in this morning. Also scratched Lady Crush, so really changes this race for a lot of folks that may be handicapped overnight coming into the afternoon seeing this late scratch.
It does. Future Is Now, not only did she figure to win this race, I mean, she was the favorite in here, but also just a really consistent mare. So unfortunate to see her scratch out of here. I think favoritism role now either goes to Luna Luska or Pipsy. I read Ortiz Jr. picking up that mount.
I went to Luna Luska with the scratch of Future Is Now. She was my original top selection, but I fall into Luna Luska. She's done nothing wrong in her last 4 starts, riding a 4-race win streak. It started on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park, and now 3 consecutive wins on the turf course. She just absolutely runs them off their feet. Firm conditions today, I think that helps her based on what we've seen from her in the past with stakes wins at Belmont at Aqueduct and up at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But Pipsy, as you mentioned, she is a strong alternative. This is a filly that is a winner here at Keeneland in the past. We take you back to that run in the spring here of 2025, and she tracked just off the pace to win this race, and she followed this performance up with a Grade 2 victory in the Intercontinental, and she beat Future Is Now in the Intercontinental. Now the question would be, what's gone on in the last couple of races? I think there's that excuse where she was back behind, found trouble in the Grade 3 Caress Stakes at Saratoga, and then Kentucky Downs is Kentucky Downs, and that was a Grade 2. So can she pounce back? Today could be the day for Pipsy. This is another filly that's entered in the Keeneland November sale. She's hip number 167. So Pipsy, my second choice, and then the number 2 horse, Time to Dazzle, for trainer Mark Casse. Can lay back, make a run at him, and potentially pick up a piece of it or win. She's a daughter of Not This Time, so that'll go a long way.
I went to Luna Luska. Now, I actually picked her on top, even with Future Is Now still in this race. Let's go back to her last race. This was at Aqueduct when she won the Floral Park Stakes, and she is just so fast. Look at the fraction, Scott, 21-2, and then she set 43-2 internal fraction. She stopped the clock in 108 flat. Now, it's probably not a great comparison, but earlier in the day there was a maiden special weight, same distance, 109-3. So she was a full second and change faster than that earlier maiden special weight. She's just very, very fast, and she's a good gate horse. She gets out of the gate. She manages to make the lead. And I think her last race was really encouraging because it was 6 furlongs. Now, I know she cuts back to 5.5, but she had a steady diet of flat 5 furlong races, and sometimes you don't see horses with her type of speed be able to carry their speed at longer distances. So I really think all around she's a very nice filly. And no, she's a 3-year-old going against older, but Speed is speed in turf sprints, and I think this is a perfect race for her to win. Time to Dazzle, I agree with you. I'm going to be using her. She did lose as a favorite last time out at Kentucky Downs to In Our Time, but I like her coming back here to Keeneland. I think she kind of fits the flow of the race in here as well. And then the number 5, Pipsy, I just don't know what to make of her. You can see in the short comment that she had trouble 2 starts back in the Caress, and then last time out she was in tight. I watched the replays. I didn't see significant trouble. She just kind of looked like she didn't have it. So maybe she can bounce back and get it today, because if she can, she could likely win this race. She is capable of some very impressive races.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on the feature.
Top 2 morning line choices in the Grade 2 Franklin look very strong. But if you're shopping for a price, there are a couple of interesting prospects. One of them is Pipsy, trained by Will Walden. And Pipsy did beat Future Is Now back in June. I asked Will how close she is to the form she showed that day.
She's doing pretty good. She's been tearing the barn down over the past 10 days, and she needs to run. I think if she brings her A game, she loves this course. Flavian's obviously, as good as any pilot you can get in the States, and, we expect a big effort.
How's she trained?
Very good. Very good, yeah.
You think she does move up on this course?
I don't know if she moves up, but she's won over it, and I think this turf course, if they have an affinity for this turf course, I think it does make a big difference.
Another interesting contender in here is Time to Dazzle. Winless in 5 starts this year for trainer Mark Cassie, but she comes off 2 solid efforts at Kentucky Downs under jockey Jose Ortiz.
But she run very well both times. Fortunately, we didn't get the win over there, but she came back on the quick rest and she showed up, so we were very happy with her.
Those are tough fields.
It was tough field, and she ran good both times, so we hoping for a good effort on Sunday.
That was 6.5. Might she be a little better at 5.5?
Oh, I don't know. I think she's a 6.5 suit her nicely, both over there. We'll see what happens here, but long stretch here in Keeneland, I think that should help her.
Kendrick Carmouche came in town to ride Lalushka, the second choice. He piloted her to a victory off a break last time out in New York. He said the cut back to a shorter distance will be good for her, but he said she was plenty strong at the end last time.
And speaking of Kendra Carmouche, this is the first time that this filly Luna Luska has had the same rider in consecutive races.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Scott. And that's hard. It's hard to get into a rhythm with a horse with so many different riders. She's had 6 career starts, every single time a different rider. That's a very good point.
Let's get into our other key races of the afternoon. Let's back it up to race number 5. It's a 1.5-mile allowance race, second-level allowance race. El Razine, the morning line favorite, 9-5. That's the number 3 horse for trainer Todd Pletcher, a English Channel colt, homebred for Shadwell Stables. I'm going to a Shadwell-bred runner, not with Shadwell, but with Paradise Farms and David Studeker, and out of the Mike Maker barn, that is Mutaweed, the number 6 horse, with Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. We go back to this Son of Quality Roads run at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet back in June, and laid back, made a run, steady progress to win this race as one of the favorites on the afternoon in this race, about second or third choice. But you can see him out in the center of the course, just leveling off there nicely, ears pinned back, and running best of all, clearly, just looking at the action, almost a 2-to-1 stride ratio versus the horse that he ends up finishing second there, a horse by the name of Catch the Wave. Ran at Kentucky Downs, ran all right in a second-level allowance race, but I think that Mike Maker, Mutaweed, they'll get a strong hand to play in this 1.5-mile race. And I mean, we say it all the time. Mike Maker, distance turf races, you can't ignore them. Presider is another one that you got to pay attention to. The number 4 horse for Brittany Russell and George Sharp has had a steady diet of longer distance races, and this horse can sit close to the pace if need be. Ben Curtis gets the opportunity, and then finally the number 5 horse Common Defense for Kenny McPeak, another one that has turned the corner since the added distance has been put into his program. So I'll go 6, 4, and 5, playing against a short price morning line favorite.
Yeah, you are going against the favorite. I actually go in this direction here with El Razine. I know it appears that he hasn't been in the best of form as of late, but I do think that some of the races he's been running in have been far more difficult from a class perspective than what he faces here today. Now, this is a race that came up, a little bit on the lighter side. It was a field of 4. Sometimes, pace scenarios can get a little strange there in 4-horse fields, especially when you're talking about a distance of 1 mile and 3/8, but he still ran well. He finished second to Farbridge, who's kind of a leader in that division in even shorter distances. The blinkers are going on him, back on him. They had them on him for a series of races. Look, sometimes you just have to try different things to wake a horse up, but I think at the end of the day, it's just getting a class relief that's going to help this horse. I wish he ran on Wednesday when the turf had a little more cut in it, because I do think that moves him forward, but he's had some really good races at Keeneland. He's finished in the money twice out of 2 starts here. So coming back here, blinkers going on, I just think, and the class relief, I think all those things might put him over the top here today. The 6 Muta Weed, I agree with you. Last time out, got kind of like lost contact with the field early. He was so far back. Usually we don't see horses in that position early be successful in those races at Kentucky Downs. So I hope that he's a little bit more forwardly placed. He doesn't have a lot of speed, but it might be tough for him to make up 12 lengths here today. And then the other Mike Maker horse, don't sleep on this one. The 11 goes the Clown. He gets this horse for the first time, and he has some interesting races at cheaper levels, but we've seen this story before. Mike Maker sends out 2 horses in the race. The higher price horse wins. And I'd be curious to see what Mike can do with this horse going a long distance on the turf today at 1.5 miles.
Let's look at race number 5. I'm going to take us to race number 6 immediately thereafter, a maiden special weight event for fillies and mares 3 and up. This race does start the late pick 4 on the 9-race card. No scratches in here, and there will be rider changes on both the 5 as well as the 6. Looks like we already have a rider change on Wicked One, so make it Ben Curtis. And, of course, Kurt Becker will go through all of these rider changes and scratches for the day, but it will not be Johnny Velasquez on Cut to the Chase, the number 6 horse for Wesley Ward. And this is a filly for Wesley that I'm going towards for owner Tom Bachman. Tom Bachman's got some really nice horses, and this filly, she showed ability on debut. First time out, quick, away from the gate, pace was fast, 44 half mile for the split, and she just ends up just flattening out a little bit, and she still is hanging in there at this point in time, going 5.5 furlongs. So second time out, coming back here in the fall for Wesley. I think that there's a lot of reason to think that she's going to be tough in this race. She's been working fast here at Keeneland Racecourse, so Cut to the Chase on top for me. Wicked One, a $1.25 million purchase for Winchell Thoroughbreds, is the first-time starter who's had some fast workouts on the main track, on the synthetic course up at Turfway Park. So Wicked One, the second choice. That's the number 5 horse for Steve Asmussen. And then She's a Cherry for Phil D'Amato. Filly that debuts at 4. Don't often see that here at Keeneland, but that's what they're doing with She's a Cherry. And she's had some very fast workouts over at Churchill Downs to really crank things up here coming into the fall meet. So 6, 5, and 3 for a dirt allowance race with Wesley Ward on top, with Cut to the Chase moving over to the dirt for the first time.
I'll take us a little bit earlier in the day. Race number 2. This race does kick off pick 4. 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. Thailand is signed on as your lukewarm 3-1 favorite. So Wesley Ward entered 2 horses in here, Thailand and Kilby Girl. I originally went with the 6 Kilby Girl, but we've seen this before. Sometimes Wesley enters 2 horses. He probably thinks both of them can win, and instead of running them against each other, he decides to scratch one. So I do think that is probably a good sign for Thailand. I did manage to watch his work 2 back here at Keeneland on the 26th of September, and he did work in company with Longshoreman, who finished second in the grade 3 fraternity. So take that. I think that's, good information in regards of what he can do here as a first-time starter. But the 5 Wexford One, I thought was really impressive first time out. He was 20-1. He outran his odds that day. Now, I know 6 furlongs at Kentucky Downs is way different than 5.5 furlongs here at Keeneland. But I think that was a learning experience, and he does seem to have a lot of natural talent for him to be 10 lengths last and make up so much ground that he just lost by a length in that tough maiden special weight race. I mean, you know that if you're running at Kentucky Downs, those are loaded fields. If it's a maiden special weight, if it's an allowance race, and certainly if it's a stakes race. So Wexford won. Attracts the likes of Irad Ortiz today. I did go in that direction. Thailand using him in second. And then the 7 Vasi, second-time starter for Brendan Walsh. He was bet down to the favorite. I know it was a 3-1 favorite first time out, but he took money first time out, did show speed, didn't manage to get it done at 6.5 furlongs, but he might be one that would really benefit from the cutback today.
I spent the morning with Wesley yesterday, Wesley Ward, and we were following Nakatomi, the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes winner, and he was coming off the track, and he goes, "See that horse there? That's a horse named Thailand. He's running tomorrow. He is good."
Okay.
That's what he said to me.
There we go.
So
you didn't feel the need to call me yesterday and tell me this information?
we handicapped this race on Sunday of last week.
Could have changed my mind.
Fair point.
Or this morning.
Did you put your bets in already?
When Kilby Girl scratched.
I'm just, hey, I absorb information,
you know what?
and I give it to our viewers.
Okay.
And you're
and
part
I'm
of that
the
viewer.
last to know.
No, you're the first to know.
Partner in crime is the last to know.
Sitting right next to me. Let's go to the clock report. Race number 2, and Elston Gunn. What's the story on Elston Gunn? You looked it up. What is the name Elston Gunn? And I know that we're looking at this as far as the time perspective, and the horse worked well, right? That's what he's done. But who is Elston Gunn?
According to the Google machine, he is the unknown alter ego of Bob Dylan. I don't know about unknown alter ego. I feel like if it is, it's more of a known alter ego.
So it's like Ziggy Stardust for
Yeah.
David Bowie. This is Elston
so.
Gunn for Bob Dylan. He's working well. That's what we need to know from a wagering perspective. But we give you all kinds of information here on Today at Keeneland. And then Bluegrass Town, what's behind the name there?
I'm guessing it's named after a town in Kentucky.
Great Colt stepped off a half-mile workout, 47-2. Worked on even terms with the stablemate more sweeter. That's the name there. The horse is nice. Nonetheless, Elston Gunn, race 2. That's the 10. Bluegrass Town in race number 9. Sailgrad Spotlight time. We go to race number 9, our final race today. And Cynical Humor, $190,000 September sale purchase from last year. Good-looking horse there as a yearling, so certainly would have grown up to this point in time. This is a offspring of Gunrunner out of a Tap at First Dam. Good cross there, owned by John Fung. This is a Wesley Ward, Victor Espinoza production today, bred by Randall Family Trust. So Keeneland September sale grad from last September at $190,000. Looking forward to Cynical Humor in the Sunday nightcap.
Maybe named after you.
Well played. I saw your face light up. You have the biggest tell when you've got something like that. I know. You would not be a good poker player.
No.
If you
I wear
drew aces,
everything
you would be
on my sleeve.
Just giddy.
Yeah, and if you're telling me something and I tell you that I know it, but you from my facial expression, I have no idea what you're talking about.
How'd you do in the Hambletonian this year? Multi-race exotic wagers. Gabby's a giant Hambletonian fan. We do have a late scratch that just came in, thanks to our producer, Isaac. The 8 in race number 12. So that changes things. This is a horse that was going to be my best angle. So this has been a very fluid show with all the changes that have come in. So the approach here, 4 deep in race number 6, which begins the late pick 4, obviously. So 3, 5, 6, and 7 in that maiden allowance race. 5-7 in race number 7. That's our featured event, the Grade 2 Franklin Stakes. Hitting the all button in race number 8. Now, it's going to be cheaper because of that late scratch of the 8 in race number 8. And then the 12 in the nightcap is where I end up, the first-time starter for Rob Atras. And that was, again, another situation where initially I was going towards She's on a Roll for Wesley Ward, but she's scratched out of there, so I end up on the 12. So this is the approach. Bottom line, 4 deep, 2 deep, all button in race 8, singling in the 9th and final.
Okay, let's take us through the turf pick 3. Race number 5, 3, 6, 3, 5, 6, and the 11. So using the top 3 selections there, but also wanted to throw in the number 5 Common Defense after that second place effort last time out. I did think that was kind of a tricky race. He probably wanted to have some coverage in because some of the horses haven't been in the best of form, but certainly capable of better. Race number 7 is the feature, the Grade 2 Franklin. I did single the 7 Luna Luska. I thought she was one of the more likely winners in the sequence, and even if you look at the kind of late pick 5 sequence as well. And then race number 9, 1, 4, 5, and the 7 Bluegrass Town I will be using, as well as Cynical Humor, some horses that we've been talking about. And then Cowboy Roy ran really fast first time out at Colonial. If he can replicate that, I thought he could be tough. And then the 7 Spirit of a Walken for trainer Dale Romans, going dirt to turf.
Okay, I think I may have misspoke as far as the number in race 8. Winate is the number 12 who scratched. So the 12 is that late scratch in race number 8. And that's going to leave me out of this best angle segment because he was part of that, and we don't have time to regroup here. And I think that there's going to be a lot of folks regrouping in race number 8 with that late scratch. So, again, Kurt Becker's going to have a ton of scratches and rider changes to announce here in just a little bit. Sit down and get
comfortable. Make sure you have a program and a pen after this show.
But Harrodsburg is your best angle in race number 3.
It's a really cool horse, Scott. We've become very familiar with him. Yes. He's raced a lot here in Kentucky, but he's entered in a non-winners of 3 lifetime today, 6 furlongs on the main track. Here's a look at his race a couple starts back. This was at Churchill Downs on the 13th of June. Something that's notable about this race, they stopped the clock for 3/4 on that type of racetrack in 107 and 3. I can remember watching this race in the paddock. I was reporting that day for FanDuel, and everybody's jaws were dropped. He lost to Nash, but he gave it his all until the finish line. Now, he did come back, and he was disappointing last time out, but I personally think, even though he was given some time after that race, probably a little bit of a bounce factor. He ran a 107 Beyer 2 starts back with that final time of 107 and 3. So he is fast. I like the cutback for him. I don't think he necessarily needs a lead. He is just one of those horses that tries every single time, and he's a quirky horse. Michael Tomlinson has done a phenomenal job in managing him, especially come race day, so I'm excited to see him come back.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot of the day.
Long shot play on today's card comes in the 8th race. It's number 5, Background. I like the class drop here for trainer Steve Asmussen. I also like the cutback to 7 furlongs, a 1-2-0 record from 3 starts at that distance for Background, who also has 8 wins on the resume. Background, the long shot play on Sunday.
Enjoy Kids Club Family Day, the Franklin Stakes, and again, make sure you get those pens out because a lot of scratches and changes in which Kurt will have for you in just a little bit.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day. Obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland. Every moment matters.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electrified vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working Prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, high stakes, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this fall. Love, Keeneland.
Keeneland welcomes the Acousticats to the paddock. The Acousticats are a select a cappella ensemble of 12 voices from the University of Kentucky Men's Chorus. They perform numerous concerts for university and community functions, as well as every men's chorus concert. Specializing in pop a cappella, they have recorded 2 albums and are one of the university's most visible ensembles. Today, the Acousticats are pleased to sing our state song and the national anthem. Joining them, the University of Kentucky ROTC to present the colors. First up, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes a knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky, oh, good night. Oh, weep no more, my lady, oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home. Far away, far away, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the tree, and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Audrey Hager with dining as the Employee of the Day. Audrey, congratulations. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions. The main track is fast, the turf is firm, and the rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. Changes now beginning in the first race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, and also the early pick five will get underway. No changes in that first event. Race 2 will start the early pick 4. In the second race, scratch the 6 Kilby Girl and scratch the 14 Noah's Pride. That's in the second race. Scratch number 6 Kilby Girl and scratch the 14 Noah's Pride. Jockey change on the 1 Brosnan. That'll be Keith James Asmussen. 1 Brosnan, Keith James Asmussen will be the jockey. On the 11 Sun Chaser, Axel Concepcion. 11 Sun Chaser, the jockey, Axel Concepcion. Please note number 13, El Alcone, draws into the race, the jockey 2 pounds over. 13, El Alcone draws into the race, the jockey 2 pounds over. Third race has no changes. Fourth race is where the pick 6 begins, no carryover. In that fourth event, scratch number 3, Tiffany Twist. Number 3, Tiffany Twist, scratched. Race 5 will start the late pick 5. It also starts the Keeneland Turf pick 3. In race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Jockey change for the 11 goes the Clown. The jockey will be Edgar Morales. That's race 5, number 11 goes the Clown. Edgar Morales will be the jockey. On the 12 Crystal Quest, the jockey Axel Concepcion. Number 12, Crystal Quest, Axel Concepcion, the jockey. Sixth race starts the late pick 4. In the sixth race, jockey for the 5, Wicked One, Ben Curtis. Number 5, Wicked One, the jockey, Ben Curtis. Jockey for the 6, Cut to the Chase, Victor Espinosa. Number 6, Cut to the Chase, jockey, Victor Espinosa. Seventh race, the featured Franklin Stakes, scratch number 3, Lady Crush. Scratch the 9, Future Is Now. That's the featured 7th race, scratch number 3, Lady Crush. Scratch the 9, Future Is Now. Jockey change for number 5, Pipsy, Irad Ortiz Jr. That's the 7th race, number 5, Pipsy, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. 8th race. Scratch number 4, Overbore. Scratch the 7, Xander. Scratch number 8, Lend It To Me. Scratch the 12, Guanare. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 4, Overbore. Scratch the 7, Xander. Scratch number 8, Lend It To Me. And scratch the 12, Guanare. Please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, JJ's Joker, draws in, jockey as programmed. Ninth and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch number 3, She's on a Roll. Scratch 14, Green Screen. Scratch 15, Election Night. Ninth race, scratch number 3, She's on a Roll. Scratch 14, Green Screen, and scratch 15, Election Night. Please note, number 13, Alpeland, draws into the race. The jockey will be Florent Giroux. That's the 9th race. 13, Alpeland, draws into the race. The jockey will be Florent Giroux, and those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker. A big Sunday ahead of us. Brilliant weather once again here at Keeneland Racecourse. And Gabby, it's Kids Club Family Day. We had some kids visiting the set here just a few moments ago.
I did. My little guy is out here today, and we will be heading over there momentarily. They have face painting and different types of activities, and I already see all the families coming in to Keeneland and looking to have a great day.
Today's featured event is a turf sprint. It is the Franklin Grade 2 event. Big scratch in this race. Future Is Now, who would have been the heavy favorite, announced as the scratch earlier this morning, so certainly opens the doors for the rest of these fillies in this race. Luna Luska looks like she could be the favorite, and even Pipsy for Will Walden, who's run some big races in the past.
Yeah, Luna Luska, very impressive last time out against Stakes Company up in New York. She stopped the clock in 108 flat that day, 97 by her speed figure, and she comes into the race with 4 consecutive victories. Pipsy, on her best day, she can win this race. She's just had some tough luck trips in the past few starts.
We've got a $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 today, and a lot of activities around the grounds here at Keeneland, headlined by the Great Racing and the Grade 2 Franklin here this afternoon. Enjoy a gorgeous Sunday of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. Less than 19 minutes away from the Sunday opener. This first race, $25,000 claimers, a mile and a 16th on the fast main track. First wire finish, short stretch in play here to start the early pick 5. And Thestral is the lukewarm favorite right now at 3-1. Being played as a pretty even race right now. Longest shot in the field of 8 right at this moment in time is the number 6 horse, who is sitting at 10-1. But Thestral for Steve Asmussen, he owns this mare. He's got his son Keith James taking the call here this afternoon, and a mare that they claimed for $35,000 back in December of last year at Oaklawn Park off of a win. She had a couple of tries against Starter Allowance Company. Immediately after that claim, she ran a good second in a Starter Allowance at Oaklawn Park, but last time out just did not break well, and she was just completely out of it going 7 furlongs. So the added distance today at a mile and a 16th, and if she can show some speed away from the gate and get some forward position here today, you combine that with the drop down the class that she's taking, showing up for $25,000. Thestral, certainly a strong contender in here, and a good price, even as the favorite in race number 1. And congratulations to trainer Steve Asmussen picking up his 11,000th career victory yesterday evening at Remington Park. They had 3 wins. He was sitting 3 off of 11,000 last night, and he picked up 3 victories at Remington Park in Oklahoma City. So 11,000 victories for one of the best to ever do it in Steve Asmussen, the conditioner of Thestral. The number 8 horse is my second selection. That is Sweet Chablis for Andrew McKeever. This is a mare by Malibu Moon, who comes off of a win up at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, in a race that was taken off the turf course. Now, you have to keep in mind that she only beat 3 other fillies in that race, but she did what she was asked to do, what was in front of her. They can only beat the horses that are in the race, and that day with it coming off the turf, she only had 3 other competitors to beat. But showing up for $25,000 here this afternoon, I think makes a lot of sense. She was capable of winning for $20,000 back in May at Churchill Downs in a restricted $20,000 claiming event. So Sweet Chablis, 9-2 on the board right now for Andrew McKeever. Chris Landeros takes the call on the Malibu Moon mare. And then the number 3 horse, my third selection, that is Dark Dahlia for Norm Cassie. Last time out, she ran at Ellis Park. That was about 2 months ago at the end of August, and she was in an allowance optional claiming event where she was well beaten. But this is all about the class drop for this Daughter of Violence. The last time that she was in for a tag was in an allowance optional claiming event back in October of 2024. She was 3rd that day. Last time she was in a claiming race, just a straight claiming race, that was back in June at Presque Isle, and she was able to win. So the move down in class makes her a live contender at odds of 5-1. But a lot of mares in this race, fillies and mares that are dropping, trying to find form again here today, which makes it a tricky race to start the early pick 5 this afternoon. Good luck. 16 minutes away from post time to get things rolling on this beautiful Sunday here in Lexington, of course, at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, $25,000 the claiming price. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. Mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in the opener. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 5. Fast track, firm turf, and the rail at 10 feet today on the turf course. Post time 7 minutes.
As we take a look at the number 5 horse Up on the Edge, just wanted to point towards the fact that trainer Matt Shire is having a really nice meet here at Keeneland. He's not run a lot of horses this meet. He's run 5 to this point. This will be his 6th starter, but he's had 2 winners so far. And this is a filly, looks like, that hasn't been with him all that long, as she has no published workouts according to the past performances that I have. But she comes down from Canterbury from Tony Reinsdorf off of a try on the turf course, and she was capable of winning back in August, going wire to wire at Canterbury up in Minnesota in a 2 other than allowance race. So they're being aggressive with her coming down here to Keeneland Racecourse, and I think it's the right move to show up for $25,000. She was 9-2 just a second ago. They get Luis Saez. If she can get some position early and hang in there with the other speed that's in this race, she could definitely have herself in a good position. But the bottom line in this race is there are no toss-outs. There are angles to be used on just about, well, all of these. All 8 runners in this race have angles to use, and primarily revolves around the class drops that they're taking here today. So let's see who can sort themselves out and pull themselves in front of the rest of this group here in the next 5 minutes. From a wagering perspective and an on-track perspective, the pick 5 pull is very good, over $300,000 with 5 minutes to post. Just clipped up another $7,000. But Thestral is the current favorite, with Keith James in the saddle for his father, Steve Asmussen, after picking up that 11,000th career victory, Steve Asmussen, last night. Good luck to him. Good luck to all competitors in here, and good luck to you all wagering on race number 1 here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Oh, you're welcome. Sure.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Awesome. Thank you.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. A reminder to early pick 5 players, both John Velasquez and Flavian Pratt off their mounts today. We will continue to update and review those changes as we move through the card. Right now, getting ready to move into line for race 1. Sunny Isle Beach goes in. Here's Dark Dahlia. Story Hour. Thestral comes forward. Sweet Chablis, the last one, walks up. Goes in, first wire at the post. They're off. Thestral was off several steps slowly and now tries to catch up to the field as they head into the first turn. There goes Story Hour, and there goes Crushed Ice from the inside. Crushed Ice going to move up for the lead. Story Hour right there to the outside as they head onto the first turn. Asian Matriarch will go in third. Sweet Chablis is a wide fourth, 3 lanes off the rail around the first turn. Up on the edge is next, followed by Sunny Isle Beach to the outside. Thestral has now caught up to the field, moves up to the outside, improves by 1 position from last with Dark Dahlia there to the inside. 24.2 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Onto the backstretch they go. Crushed Ice is the leader and has it by just a neck. Story Hour, the gray second up on the outside. Sweet Chablis inching forward, center of the track in third position. Asian Matriarch is fourth down toward the inside. Up on the edge between horses, Sunny Isle Beach far outside Dark Dahlia. Thestral to the outside last. Half dozen lengths covers the field. 49.06 seconds was the time for that first half mile. Off the end of the backstretch, Crushed Ice is the leader. Story Hour still there, and second is still a half length separate the top two. Sweet Chablis far outside is third, 2 lengths off the lead. Asian Matriarch is in fourth. Up on the edge is between horses, trying to move up in fifth position as they round the far turn and come toward the quarter pole. Thestral still near the back of the pack, running 7 lengths from the front. Here's Story Hour from the outside, takes the lead past the quarter pole and leads it by just a neck. Crushed Ice is there to the inside. Asian Matriarch, and then up on the edge, who swings out toward the far outside off the far turn. Sweet Chablis is in fifth. Story Hour is the leader. Short stretch, final furlong. Up on the edge is there on the outside. These two going at it. Asian Matriarch, Crushed Ice back toward the rail. Past the 16th pole. Story Hour challenged again by up on the edge. Down to the wire. Story Hour. Story Hour wins it by a neck from up on the edge in second. Crushed Ice third. Asian Matriarch fourth.
It's the Gray Mare Story Hour. The 6-year-old daughter of Creative Cause out of the Robbie Medina barn. She broke sharp, and that was key. And it's always key in these two-turn mile and 16th races here at Keeneland Racecourse. The 5's trying to come to her up on the edge, but that's about as close as she could get. Was within about a head, maybe a neck in the end. But in the end, it is Story Hour for Snake River Stable and others, picking up her 5th career victory and her first here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. 7 Story Hour was first. 5 Up on the Edge was second. 1 Crushed Ice third. 2 Asian Matriarch fourth. 7-5-1-2 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, 7 Story Hour, owned by the Snake River Stable LLC of Nicholas King. Lancaster House Thoroughbreds of Max Hodge, trained by Robbie Medina. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. 7 Story Hour, 6-year-old mare by Creative Cause out of Magic Hour by Awesome Again, bred in Kentucky by Widom Thoroughbreds LLC. Mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 46.21 seconds. First race results official, 7-5-1-2, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. The turf is firm. The rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Scratch the 6, Kilby Girl. And scratch the 14, Noah's Pride. Flavian Pratt, John Velasquez off their mounts. So a reminder, number 1, Brosnan, the jockey Keith Asmussen. Keith James Asmussen rides the 1, Brosnan. The 11, Sun Chaser, Axel Concepcion. 11, Sun Chaser, Axel Concepcion, the jockey. 13, El Alcon draws into the race. Jockey 2 pounds over.
Race number 2 begins the early pick 4 here at Keeneland. That pull it right at $61,584 with 19 minutes to post. And this is a group of 2-year-old maidens in for the maiden allowance, maiden special weights purse of $110,000. They'll be sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the firm listed turf course here this afternoon. The number 7 horse is Vassy for trainer Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffalione rides for JDT Racing. Colt by Space Blues, that son of Dubawi. This is an Irish-bred colt who's out of an Exceed and Excel first dam, comes from a pretty productive family, and this is a horse that was debuted at Kentucky Downs, going 6.5 furlongs, had the lead at the top of that long stretch, and hung right in there only to be beaten a length. So second time out for Brendan Walsh, the meet that he's having, this race that we have under the belt for this colt. There's certainly a lot of reason to understand why he is the 9-5 favorite and why a lot of folks will gravitate towards Vassy, the number 7 horse in here, and my top selection in race number 2. The 11 horse is Sun Chaser. Make it Axel Concepcion. That's the rider change, as we've talked about, and Kurt has mentioned the fact that Flavian Pratt, Johnny Velasquez off their mounts here today. So this is a colt by Justify, who broke from post position number 1 and dueled inside and just kind of backed out of there. First race under his belt, should come forward from it. Outside draw here today, albeit maybe further outside than where you really want to be sprinting in a 5.5 furlong turf race. But just another one that you've got a race under his belt on the turf course at Kentucky Downs, and the cutback in distance should be a positive scenario for this colt here today for West Coast Stables. So I go 7, 11, and then the number 4 horse as my third selection. That is Thailand, who's 5-2. A colt by Not This Time for Ammo Racing and Wesley Ward. Wesley telling me just yesterday morning how much he likes this horse when I was back at his barn. So Thailand at 5-2. You got to pay attention to him. Comes from a stakes-winning first dam. He's already produced 2 winners from 2 starters. So we'll see how he gets on with Jose Ortiz in the saddle. 5-2, his price right now, and may come down, come closer to post time, as there's about 3 horses vying for favoritism as it stands with 17 minutes to post. Good 2-year-old race, race number 2. They'll be sprinting on the firm listed going on the turf course here today to kick off the early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Denali maiden special weight 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs. Over the firm turf, the rail at 10 feet. Scratch the 6, Kilby Girl, and scratch the 14, Noah's Pride. A reminder, the jockey for the 1, Brosnan, Keith James Asmussen, rides the 1. Jockey for the 11, Sun Chaser, Axel Concepcion. 13 draws in. 13, El Alcone draws into the race. The jockey 2 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. A reminder, Flavian Pratt, John Velasquez, both off their mounts today. Post time 7 minutes for this second race.
There are some pretty horses in this second race, a group of 2-year-olds, and one of them that stands out is Wexford 1 for Mike Maker, Irad Ortiz Jr. He's 5-2, actually 3-1 right now, 3-1 on the board as the third choice in the wagering, but you can just see how pretty he is and the confidence that he carries when he's out there on the track, and he did so down in the paddock. He was calm. There were a couple of these horses that were acting up, but he was calm along with a number of other horses in here. But Wexford 1 ran on well at Kentucky Downs, going 6 furlongs at 20-1. He's far from 20-1 here today. Just feeling good. You got to like what you're seeing out here with this young horse, son of Munnings. For Perrine Time Thoroughbreds with, again, Irad in the saddle. On the Clocker report this morning was Elston Gunn, the number 10 horse for Jonathan Thomas. He worked in company in 47-2 with Kid Charlemagne, a stakes place 2-year-old horse that's also trained by Jonathan Thomas. This is a gelding by Motown who debuted on the dirt at Colonial. One of the interesting aspects of the 10 is that he was just a $9,000 purchase at Keeneland January, and you've got to keep in mind when handicapping these races and taking a look at purchase prices of these horses, we've got the maiden auction restricted option for a horse like this. He would have by far and away qualified for that, but Jonathan Thomas moving him over to grass with this pedigree, perhaps with his recent workouts, whatever it may be. Look at the 10-horse Elston Gunn. Clocker report in a straight maiden special weight here this afternoon, and the price is better. They're even the best part of it. 16-1 on the board right now. If he's able to come with a good run for Gatehouse Racing and trainer Jonathan Thomas, who co-owns this 2-year-old gelding. 3 minutes away from race number 2, start of the early pick 4, and the pool over 124,000.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Denali, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line race 2. Sun Chaser walks up, now Wexford 1. Vassy comes forward and also third pick. El Alcone, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Frontier Justice comes out running for the lead. Sun Chaser, Elston Gun right there. Brosnan is away running in 4th. Wexford 1 comes out in the 5th position. Vassy is 6th. Shipmate is in 7th. And then Pinstar up the rail from 8th. Thailand is in between horses 9th, about 8 lengths from the lead as they head to the turn. Third pick is 10th up on the outside. Because of Love is 11th. And El Alcone is last of the 12. Frontier Justice, Elston Gun going at it. Wexford 1 is there in the 3rd position as they move on to the far turn. Up front, The battle continues, and it's about to be joined by Sun Chaser, who has to angle wide, a length and a half off the front pair. Elston Gunn tries to draw alongside of Frontier Justice as they come off the turn. Wexford 1 is back toward the inside in the fourth position. A quarter mile to go. Vassy to the outside. Shipmate Grandstand side. Brosnan toward the inside is still 7 from the front. Elston Gunn right alongside of Frontier Justice into the final furlong. Vassy comes down the center of the course. Wexford 1 finally has some clear running and now sets to work. Thailand is running late, but is still in the 5th position. Wexford 1 coming after Elston Gunn. Thailand to 3rd, and then Vassy down to the wire. Here's the finish. Elston Gunn hangs on to win it for Luis Saez.
Very narrow margin between the 10-horse Elston Gunn and Wexford 1, the number 5 horse. But at this point in time, it's the 10 who strikes the lead at this stage of the race and is able to maintain that advantage. A good run from the 5-horse Wexford 1. Good run from Thailand, who is well far back, and I think he'll get a lot out of this race. But as they come down to the line, the 10 with his nose in front in race number 2 here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 10 Elston Gunn was first. 5 Wexford 1 was second. The 4 Thailand was third. And number 7 Vassy was fourth. 10-5-4-7 unofficial. Results are official for Keeneland's second race. 10-5-4-7, the official results. Into the winner's circle, official winner of Keeneland's second race, the Denali 10 Elston Gunn, owned by Gatehouse Racing of Jay Haas, owned by Jonathan Thomas, trained by Jonathan Thomas, the jockey Luis Saez. Elston Gunn, a 2-year-old gelded son of Motown out of Little Sweet by Candy Ride, bred in Kentucky by Bug Thoroughbreds LLC. Keeneland January graduate gets the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf in 1 minute 3.54 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Denali Trophy presentation to the connections of Elston Gunn. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. Third race, fast track. A reminder, the turf is firm today. The rail at 10 feet on the turf course. No changes in race 3.
Third race up next, less than 19 minutes away from post time, a third level allowance race, optional $100,000 claiming event as well, $140,000 purse, 6 furlongs on the main track, and some good runners in here. We're looking at Implementation, the number 2. He is in for the $100,000 tag. He's a son of Constitution, two well-established sons of Constitution clashing here. We'll get to the favorite in just a moment, but Implementation, they ran him on the grass course at Kentucky Downs in Grade 2 company last time out, and he just couldn't hang. There's a very good group of runners that he was going up against, including Bear River and Howard Wolowitz and Kadem, who we saw win a graded stakes race during Fall Stars weekend last weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse. So when it comes to this gelding, he's in this third level allowance condition, but in for the $100,000 tag because he's run through his conditions. They have to either run him in the stake or run him in a race like this or find one of those at times craftily written allowance races is the way that I describe them, but they're willing to run him here today for $100,000. He's made over $612,000. Tyler Gaffleone is going to get the chance to ride him for the first time since last year at Kentucky Downs. But you look at his dirt form, it has been his best. He won a couple of stakes races, his best as of late, I should say. He won a couple of stakes races down at Gulfstream Park back in July and March. So I'll go with this 5-2 second choice, and also the fact that he has done well here at Keeneland. It's been a while since we've seen him here at Keeneland, but he's 2 for 4 in his race career, and I like Ken Ramsey and Safi Joseph opting to run him in this race here this afternoon. It is a fit for this 6-year-old son of Constitution. Harrodsburg is a 5-year-old son of Constitution. He's the number 3 horse who is 3-5 right now. And as we pan over to look for him circling the tree, this is standard operating procedure for this talented son of Constitution. It's gotten to the point where if he wasn't acting this way, it would be a concern. I've had conversations with Michael Tomlinson about him and the way that he acts, and this is just him. They have to keep him on the walk. Sometimes it's tough to get the saddle on him, but this is, in my opinion, a good sign. The fact that we've seen him do this time and time again and run big races. So we'll see how this goes in saddling him, but he just continues to do the same thing. As he turns around the tree there, he just kind of angles his hind end out. They're going to have to saddle him on the walk. You can see the valet getting the tack ready and the saddle ready, the saddle pad, etc., the chamois ready for this procedure. But don't be alarmed by Harrodsburg if you're watching him down in the paddock in the way that he is acting. And as Gabby pointed out, his run at Churchill 2 starts back where he was beaten just the nose was an incredibly fast run race. He ran a 107 Beyer speed figure. You don't see a lot of horses capable of running triple-digit Beyer speed figures, and he was beaten by a really good horse in Nash on that afternoon. And last time out, maybe just bounced a little bit from that effort, but second off of a bit of a layoff, really could move him forward. And at 3-5, he is a very, very talented runner, and we'll keep an eye on him down here in the paddock as the valet gets set to throw the tack on his back. The number 1 horse, track mate for Rusty Arnold. This is a 5-year-old son of Union Rags who hasn't run in a year. It's been a long time since we've seen him, but we've seen him win high-level allowance races down at Oaklawn Park going back to 2024. He caught some very tough fields in his most recent 2 races in 3 other than allowance races at Churchill. He ran against Extra Anejo in May of 2024, and then Happy as a Choice, who was a stakes horse, and that was a stakes field. Scotland Surveillance comes out of there. So if he's ready to roll off the layoff, and he's had a steady work tab over at Churchill Downs and some fast half-mile drills to prepare for this comeback, he is a definite player in here in the top 3 at the very least. A stakes quality group of runners coming up next in race number 3. Doubles and pick 3s continue to roll. We're less than 15 minutes away from post time for the 3rd here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Oak Hill Allowance Optional Claiming Race, for a price of $100,000, 3-year-olds and up. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, double and pick 3 wagering, no changes in race 3. Post time in 7 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Oak Hill. Moving into line, third race. Track mate and implementation have moved into line. Here's Harrodsburg coming forward. Last three get set to load. Sir Wellington. Lofty Adjudicator walks up. Gold Luck, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Harrodsburg. Harrodsburg comes out for the early lead. Sir Wellington is there upon the outside. Track mate and implementation in close quarters there in the opening strides. Had to check, drop back, lost a length or so, and settles down toward the rail. Will lose one spot as Lofty Adjudicator moves by on the outside into fourth. That will leave implementation fifth to the inside, just 3 lengths off the lead onto the far turn, and is flanked at the back by Gold Luck. Back up front. It is still Harrodsburg to the inside. Sir Wellington between horses. Now, Lofty Adjudicator has moved up another position. Third up on the outside. Track mate drops back one spot, but still there to the inside in fourth position. Implementation is in fifth around the far turn, and Gold Luck will have to angle wide from sixth. Half dozen lengths off the lead as they move to the top of the stretch. Track mate is looking for an opening down to the inside as they come off the far turn. Harrodsburg still has a short lead, though. Track mate comes up the inside. Gold Luck, implementation swing to the far outside. Here's Track mate coming up the rail to take the lead of the final furlong. Implementation, Lofty Adjudicator right there. Trackmate with the lead. Implementation second, Lofty Adjudicator third. It is Trackmate chased to the wire by Implementation. Trackmate, Axel Concepcion to win it. Implementation second, Lofty Adjudicator third, and Harrodsburg was fourth.
Oh, always a lot of room to work with. Trackmate, the gray son of Union Rags, and he takes advantage of that rail post position and the fact that there was no traffic out in front of him, and he rolls right on by Harrodsburg, the favorite, who starts to fade at this point in time. So the ground-saving trip for Trackmate and Calumet Farm, able to pull this one off at odds of 6-1. Well done to Rusty Arnold and his team getting this horse ready off the lengthy layoff, the year-plus layoff to win here at Keeneland Racecourse in race number 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 1 track mate finished first. 2 implementation was second. The 5 Lofty Adjudicator third. Number 3 Harrodsburg fourth. 1, 2, 5, 3 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's third race official. 1, 2, 5, 3 the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Oak Hill, the official winner, number 1 track mate, owned and bred in Kentucky by the Calumet farm of Brad Kelly, the trainer Rusty Arnold, the jockey Axel Concepcion. Track mate, a 5-year-old son of Union Rags out of teammate by APND. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 10.12 seconds over the fast main track. In the winner's circle, the Oak Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Trackmate. Today is Kids Club Family Day, presented by Kentucky Children's Hospital. We extend our sincere thanks to Kentucky Children's Hospital for their continued support and the outstanding care they provide to children across the Commonwealth. Please welcome members of the Developmental Pediatrics team to the Winter Circle, joined by Keeneland Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer Krista Marilla. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. No carryover. Main track is fast, turf is firm, rail at 10 feet on the turf course. A reminder that both Flavian Pratt and John Velasquez are off their mounts today. In this fourth race, scratch number 3, Tiffany Twist. Scratch number 3, Tiffany Twist.
Race number 4 this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse is up next. It starts the Pick 6 on this Sunday afternoon, $1 minimum wager involving the final 6 races of the day. And this is a very competitive group of runners to start off the Pick 6 and continue to roll the doubles and Pick 3s here this afternoon. The number 6 horse is the top opinion that I have here in race number 4. That is Mercy Warren, who is right now sitting at 2-1 on the cutback in distance for trainer Joe Sharp with Irad in the saddle. She may not make the lead, but she shouldn't be too far off of it on the cutback in distance. And 7 furlongs, she's done well at this distance in the past. So Mercy Warren with that current form and the starter ranks between Saratoga, Colonial, and hopefully it transfers back over here to Keeneland where she's won before. We'll go with the Joe Sharp owned and trained daughter of Runaway and Hyde on top. The number 7 horse is the second choice in my selections. Abitibi, for Gustavo Esquivel. This is a mare by Skip Shot who drops out of Allowance Company into the starter ranks for the first time since she won back in June. They gave her 3 opportunities in first-level allowance races, chasing those big purses, and she's chasing a big purse here today. Don't be fooled by that. This is a $69,000 purse, but I can understand why they took their shots in those A of the Vans at Ellis and most recently at Churchill. But back in the starter ranks, she's 14-1 right now. That is a crazy price on this Skip Shot mare, and she has done well in the past year at Keeneland. She's finished second in 2 of 3 occasions. She's yet to win, but the current form for this mare, I think has her as a long shot contender based on long shot price is what she sits at right now of 14-1. And then finally, the number 4 horse for Robertino Diodoro, Deon Ati, a mare by Palace, who's 1 for 6 this season, but she tipped her hand in this division in more than a few occasions over at Churchill Downs. She's finished second in starter 20s in all 3 of her last 3 attempts. She won an A other than allowance race at Horseshoe Indianapolis back in April, but she fits. She fits in this condition. She showed it to us on more than a few occasions, and 4-1 on the board right now, being played as the 3rd choice in the current wagering. Good luck if you're playing the Pick 6 or any wagers involving race number 4. We're less than 18 minutes away from post time.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. A starter allowance, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 7 furlongs over the main track listed fast, double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. Scratch number 3, Tiffany Twist. Main track is fast, turf is firm. The rail at 10 feet on the turf course. A reminder, both Flavian Pratt and John Velasquez are off their mounts today. The pick 6 begins here, post time in 8 minutes.
Here's Windy Walk for trainer Chris Davis and owner breeder Richard Perkins, a filly that has done a lot of good over the course of her racing seasons. She's run 21 times. She's visited the winner's circle 9 times, making over $444,000. She's a stakes-winning filly who won the Rampart Stakes at the end of last year, beating a good group of horses. She was 14-1 that day, in part because Soul of an Angel, the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner, was in there and was taking 90% of the money at the bare minimum. So she was able to beat the female champion sprinter in that race in the Rampart Stakes, and we've seen her run well in the past year at Keeneland. The inside draw would concern me with this filly, or really any runner in this scenario. She's one that tends to lay just off the pace, and she does have some speed away from the gate, but a very productive filly out of the Chris Davis barn. She's 2-1 on the board right now, and definitely a strong contender with Luis Saez back in the saddle. And Luis has tasted success with this filly on multiple occasions at various different race courses as well as distances as well. She was capable of winning at 9 furlongs back in May of this year. So Windy Walk, no doubt, a major player in here in this starter allowance rank, in which he has taken well advantage of over the course of the last couple of seasons. We're 6 minutes away from race number 4, start of the pick 6 on this Sunday afternoon.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the pick six. Moving into line race 4. Windy Walk moves into line. Here's Ask Amanda coming forward. To 80. Commanded walks up. 3 more to load. Mercy Warren. Abitibi. With Gloriette, the last one. Last one walking up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Windy Walk, and there goes Gloriette. Windy Walk from the inside, Gloriette moving up in the opening strides on the far outside. Ask Amanda right there in between that pair as they head up the backstretch. Abitibi will go in the 4th position. It'll be Windy Walk, though, to have the early lead. Windy Walk leads at 3/4 of a length. Ask Amanda between horses is up now to challenge for second. Draws within a neck of the leader. Gloriette there to the far outside. Abitibi backs away a bit into 4th, a length and a half off the front trio. And then to 80, who's down to the inside in 5th. And is followed closely by Mercy Warren, although Mercy Warren has to go wide to the far turn. 22.63 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Commanded is last, running 5 lengths off the lead as they move out of the turn. Gloriette moves up to the far outside to challenge Windy Walk for the top spot. And then Ask Amanda, who's there. Mercy Warren is now gearing up for a run, but has to go wide off the far turn. And then Commanded, who's moving wider still behind that one, but still in the 4th position, 5 lengths off the lead. 1/4 mile to go. Windy Walk, Gloriette, Mercy Warren. Commanded is there up on the far outside. To 80 is running 5th down toward the inside, 4 lengths off the lead. Windy Walk, Gloriette, Mercy Warren. To 80 is there toward the inside, still 4th, now challenging for 3rd. Coming to the 16th pole, Mercy Warren draws alongside of Windy Walk. To 80 is still 3rd. Mercy Warren has a head in front. Late run Commanded to 4th. Mercy Warren, Windy Walk to the inside. Head bobbing photo for the win.
Tight finish here in race number 4 between Windy Walk, the 1 at 9-5, and Mercy Warren, the 6 at odds of 5-2. Saez was hustling Windy Walk away from the inside post, and that's what she needed to do. And this is the difference of post positions as far as the journeys of these fillies. Obviously here today with the 6 on the outside able to come from off the pace. She's out in front of her at this point in time, but Windy Walk hanging in there on the inside. My first inclination in seeing it a second time and from the first time is that the 6 gets the victory, but we'll take another peek at it. Tough to tell from that angle, but very close on the wire, just inches separating these two very game fillies. Windy Walk, Mercy Warren gets the bob there to the inside. I keep changing my mind, and they put it up. The 1 gets there. Windy Walk by the narrowest of margins.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race in the photo for the win. The 1 Windy Walk finished first. 6 Mercy Warren second. The 4 Daw 80 was third. The 5 Commanded finished fourth. 1-6-4-5 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race. Number 1, Windy Walk, owned by Richard Perkins, trained by Chris Davis. Luis Saez, the winning jockey. Windy Walk, a 4-year-old filly by Munnings, out of Miscellany by Badge of Silver, bred in Kentucky by Richard Perkins. 7 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 25.02 seconds. 2 wins today for Luis Saez. Fourth race results official, 1-6-4-5. The official results. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 5, started the Keeneland turf pick 3. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 10 feet today. A reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 11 goes the Clown. That'll be Edgar Morales. 11 goes the Clown, the jockey Edgar Morales. 12 Crystal Quest, the jockey Axel Concepcion. 12 Crystal Quest, Axel Concepcion.
Race number 5, less than 19 minutes away from post time, and this race starts the late pick 5 as well as the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 7, and 9 in that $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, as well as the late pick 5 is our featured event, the Franklin Stakes, later on in race number 7. But let's take a look at some of these horses that are big prices because of the fact that El Razine is the favorite at 1-4. Everybody else 5-1 on upwards to 100-1 plus in this race. But the number 6 horse is the direction I go. Mutaweed for trainer Mike Maker, a son of Quality Road, who tried an allowance race down at Kentucky Downs most recently, and he didn't run bad. He ended up finishing 5th, beaten 3 3/4 of a length. He was a winner at Belmont at Aqueduct, going 1.5 miles. He was a horse that ran here at Keeneland back in the springtime behind Tucson, a Todd Pletcher runner, finishing 3rd in a second-level allowance race. He's been in this 2 other than condition for a bit of time now, up to this point. In fact, went through a 2 other than optional 75, but maintains his eligibility, I would imagine, based on purse structure of that victory back in June. But nonetheless, Mutaweed, Mike Maker, 1.5 mile races here on the turf course or Keeneland or really anywhere that Mike Maker runs horses, and he runs all over the country. I always go in this direction. I shouldn't say always, but I always look out for horses like this from the Mike Maker barn, and I think he's a fit. And at odds of 12-1, I don't think that gives you an indication of the opportunity that he has with Kendrick Carmouche here to ride this son of Quality Road. And Kendrick rode him to a victory back in June in that race just 2 starts ago. So we'll go to Mutaweed for Paradise Farms and David Studeker here in race number 5. The number 4 horse, that is Presider for Brittany Russell, 32-1. Another one where the price is just giant. I mean, he was second behind a really nice horse, Navy SEAL, last time out in a 2 other than allowance race at Kentucky Downs. He was a winner at Colonial going wire to wire. He's got speed. He might be able to dictate part of the pace out on the front end under Ben Curtis. And Ben is so good on the turf course and just so good overall. So Presider, another big price in my top 3 selections here in race number 5. And then the number 5 horse, he is the second choice in the current wagering, Common Defense. He's come on in his races, and he was a good horse on dirt, too. Let's not mask what he was able to do back in 2024. Broke his maiden at Oaklawn. He was second in the Rebel Stakes behind Timberlake, that Grade 2 event at Oaklawn Park. But he's really blossomed and even found a new dimension, clearly, since moving on to the grass course and getting longer distances. So his last 2 races are the reason why he is the second choice behind this hot favorite, and rightfully so, second choice in this race. Maybe an up-and-comer as far as this division is concerned, with some stakes potential on down the line. It's a stakes quality field to start the late pick 5 this afternoon, as well as start the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, just 16 minutes out from post time.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. The Greenfield Farms, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1.5 miles over the firm turf rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5, the start of the Keeneland turf. Pick 3. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 11 goes the Clown. The jockey will be Edgar Morales. The 12, Crystal Quest. The jockey is Axel Concepcion. Post time 7 minutes.
Here's a look at the Shadwell runner, El Razine, a Shadwell homebred colt by English Channel out of a Kitten's Joy first dam, Karama. So stamina pedigree on the top and bottom, and turf pedigree at that. And we've seen this horse do some nice things on the turf course, and he comes out of much more difficult competition, graded stakes races, grade 2, grade 1, ran in the grade 1 sword dancer at Saratoga. Most recently we saw him in the grade 2 turf cup at Kentucky Downs. But this is class relief. It certainly is a drop down in class, but there are other contenders in here that we've talked about, and I think that you've got to consider. And I like the fact that these connections, Todd Pletcher and obviously Shadwell Stable, have opted to go back into the allowance ranks after those consecutive graded stakes tries. The last time we saw him run in a 2 other than was back in the springtime right here at Keeneland. He was 8-1 that day, beaten by a really nice horse, Hershey, who we saw do some nice things and pick up a win immediately thereafter, a horse that is trained by Helen Pitts. But if he wasn't coming out of graded stakes races, I don't think that you would see this kind of a price. But also, we talk about class drops and recognizing foreign lines. You know, obviously coming out of those grade 1s and grade 2s into a 2 other than allowance race, on paper, it's an easier scenario, but does it translate to a victory? And should he be this heavy of a favorite at 4-5? That's the big question that you have to ask yourself, and decision that you have to make in betting this race, whether it be a turf pick 3, late pick 5, or a straight win bet. But El Razine can understand why he is the favorite in this scenario. Good luck if you're playing race number 5. Get those plays in the next 4 minutes as we come up to post time.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Greenfield Farms, start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Not falling back comes forward. Also, El Razine moves into line. Here's Presider, along with Calicanthus. Common Defense, Big To Do, both move in. Calicanthus nudged into line. Mutawwood goes the Clown. Crystal Quest, last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Common Defense, right out for the early lead in the opening strides with Presider also there. Not falling back, moves up to their outside. Big To Do, going to be wide onto the far turn for the first time. Stacks up toward the center of the course to contest the early lead. Not falling back between horses, has the lead between horses, 3/4 of a length. And then Big To Do second on the outside. Presider backs away in third. Goes the Clown fourth up on the outside. Common Defense is fifth. El Razine is in sixth. And then Bale is out in seventh. Calicanthus is in eighth. Crystal Quest is ninth. Factor Analysis back toward the inside is 10th. Mutawwood is 11th. Daunt is last of the 12 as they head under the line for the first time. And Not Falling Back has a narrow lead. It's 3/4 of a length. And you've still got Big To Do there to the outside. 22.91 seconds for that opening quarter. Presider moves up to the inside in third. Goes the Clown alongside. First half mile in 47.02 seconds. Moving on to the second of three turns. Not Falling Back is the leader. Not Falling Back has the lead by a half length. Big To Do second up on the outside. Presider third. Goes the Clown alongside that one in fourth. And then Common Defense in fifth. Against the rail, 5 lengths off the lead. El Razine is sixth. And right behind that one onto the backstretch. And then Crystal Quest moves up seventh on the outside. Bale is out. Has a lot of ground to make up. It is running along toward the back of the pack, 10 lengths off the lead. Mutawwid's alongside of that one. Factor Analysis and Cali Canthus. Daunt is last, midpoint of the backstretch, and the lead tussle continues. Big to do right alongside of Not Falling Back as they head for the turn. Goes the Clown, is going to be wide to the far turn in that third position. Common Defense between horses. Presider down toward the inside. El Razine is still in seventh position down toward the rail. Factor Analysis moves up a few spots out in the center of the course and starts to travel forward around the far turn. Going to be about 5 wide on the turn. Factor Analysis coming forward, though, to challenge Not Falling Back. Crystal Quest is picking up the leaders. Moving 5 wide at the quarter pole, center of the course. El Razine is trying to get shook loose. Had no choice but to go way wide to the grandstand side. El Razine far outside along with Common Defense. They try to get going. Crystal Quest is there and Factor Analysis to the inside. Here's Common Defense coming forward for the lead. Bale is out. Is going to run late toward the inside. El Razine needs to find more. It is Common Defense with Bale is out coming up the inside. El Razine, Common Defense. Jose Ortiz to win it. It was El Razine home second, close for third, either Crystal Quest or Bale is out for that third spot.
Well, the favorites go 1-2, led by Common Defense, who got the jump on El Razine, and a great call from Kurt Becker, as El Razine had no other choice but to go wide around the turn. But in front of El Razine is Common Defense, and he's got that 2-length advantage at this point in time, which he is not going to relinquish, and he'll draw off and win by at least 2 lengths in the end. Son of Caraconte out of the Kenny McPeak barn in top form right now, especially going these longer distance on the turf.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 5, Common Defense was first. Number 3, El Razine was second. Number 12, Crystal Quest third. Number 7, Bayless out fourth. 5-3-12-7 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Greenfield Farms, number 5, Common Defense, owned by David A. Burnson, LLC of David A. Burnson, owned also by Tony Holmes, Michael Holmes, Leo Dooley, and Sarah Dooley. Trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Jose Ortiz. Common Defense, 4-year-old son of Caraconte, out of Allusion by Street Cry. Winner bred in Kentucky by Tony Holmes, Norvale Farm, and Union Dale. 12 furlongs over the turf listed firm, 2 minutes 27.33 seconds. Race 5, results official, 5-3-12-7, the official results. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation for 5. In the winner's circle, the Greenfield Farms Trophy presentation to the connections of Common Defense. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is firm today. Jockey for the 5, Wicked One, Ben Curtis. 5, Wicked One, the jockey Ben Curtis. And 6, Cut to the Chase, jockey Victor Espinoza. Number 6, Cut to the Chase, Victor Espinoza, the jockey.
Race number 6 started the late pick 4, maiden special weight event for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. 6 furlongs the distance. The 2 American Pearl opened up as the favorite, remains the favorite at odds of 6-5. The second choice is the number 6 horse, all the way up to 4-1. That is Cut to the Chase for Thomas Bachman and Wesley Ward. Make the rider Victor Espinoza as Johnny Velasquez and Flavian Pratt off their mounts here today. And Ben Curtis picks up the mount on the 5-horse Wicked One, who we'll talk about in a moment. But this is a filly that has a race under her belt, and I think that's going to go a long way against these highly touted first-time starters in this race. And this is a complexity filly who was debuted on the turf course at Ellis Park, made the lead, and then was passed, only beaten a length and a half in the length of that stretch at Ellis Park, and she's come back with some serious workouts on the dirt here at Keeneland. So I don't think that Wesley Ward would have this filly on dirt if she hadn't been handling the dirt in the mornings, and he would have opted to look for a race on the turf course off of that strong run at Ellis going 5.5 furlongs. So Cut to the Chase. Hopefully we hold up at 7-2 on the current wagering with Victor Espinoza looking for that win for Wesley Ward here this afternoon. The number 5 horse, that is Wicked One. Again, Ben Curtis picks up the mount with Flavian Pratt sideline for the afternoon. Expected to be back riding next week here at Keeneland Racecourse. But a $1.25 million purchase last year at the age of 2. She makes her debut here this afternoon. She was part of the Turfway string working up there for Steve Asmussen, and she worked here at Keeneland, ended up, I should say, working a minute flat back on the 4th of October, second best of 31. So obviously some expectations here when Winchell Thoroughbreds goes to that price to acquire a Bolt Oro filly, but comes from a big family. She's a half-sister to some stakes winners, plenty of success on the female side of things, all equaling a $1.25 million 2-year-old purchase last year. But debuting at the age of 3, Wicked One, currently sitting at odds of 6-1 on the tote board. The 3-horse She's a Cherry. This is a 4-year-old filly by Curlin out of the stakes-winning mare Cherry Lodge, a Bernardini mare, bred by Gainesway Stables. Don't often see 4-year-olds make their debut here at Keeneland, a career debut, I should say, but nonetheless, here she is, and she's had strong workouts as well. 12-1 on the board for Phil D'Amato, very good conditioner in Southern California, and we see him with a string here in Kentucky over recent years. It's an interesting scenario, just really based on the 4-year-old filly aspect of this well-bred daughter of Curlin, but I've said it multiple times. How many times have we seen fillies by Curlin just do wonderful things here at Keeneland and in stakes races and things of that nature all over the country? And obviously she's got to get her career started here this afternoon. 12 minutes away from race number 6, start of our late pick 4 here today at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Garen Casey Sales, a maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Jockey for the 5, Wicked One, will be Ben Curtis. The jockey for the 6, Cut to the Chase, is Victor Espinoza. Post time, 6 minutes.
Steve, you reached a very important milestone last night, 11,000 career wins. Can you believe that number?
I'm extremely proud of it. You know, got to reflect on it last night, this morning and stuff. And to coming from a horse racing family, always done it together, continue to. And as you know, as involved with racing as you are, to think that got to 11,000, one win at a time. You know, it's a lot of showing up.
A lot of showing up for you, but also I think it's a testament to your operation. You've had a lot of longtime assistants, longtime clients as well. Can you speak to that, to the longevity of both?
Well, couldn't be any more proud of that. As you mentioned, you know, Scott and Darren and Pablo, how long they've been in, 25 plus years of doing the same thing, putting up with me and doing attention to detail. Everything matters with them. And then, when you talk about the Winchell family, working for Vern, when I first started, some of the first horses I got were from Vern, and then, the Heidelbros, and over 1,000 winners for the Heidelbros themselves and stuff. And couldn't be more proud of how long it's lasted, how good, how fortunate we've been, and blessed with some great horses that they've given us, and feel like we're just in the middle of it.
Hopefully you can add to the tally here with this one. Good luck, Stephen. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
If he had it on right now, the whole place could hear everybody talking to me instantly. Yeah.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Garen Casey Sales, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line race 6. American Pearl comes forward. Cut to the chase. She's a Cherry. Taverna. Hissy Fitter, the last one, walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Contemplate. Contemplate right out for the early lead. Taverna broke sharply to the outside. Cut to the chase is right there between that pair. Hissy Fitter is fourth up on the far outside. Then American Pearl comes away running in fifth back toward the rail. And then She's a Cherry. Break of 5 more lengths back to Wicked One, struggling to keep pace here early. Might lose one spot at the back there as Existence starts to move up toward the inside. Wicked One is now last for the move onto the far turn. Cut to the chase has taken the lead from Contemplate. Taverna is third up on the outside and now taking second by a neck around the turn. turn. American Pearl is in fourth. She's a Cherry is in fifth position. Hissy Fitter is wide in sixth, 5 lengths off the lead. Cut to the Chase is the leader. Taverna's second, a length and a half separates the top two, quarter mile to go. Contemplate is third, 5 lengths off the lead now. She's a Cherry, has to go wide. American Pearl is looking toward the inside from fourth, still 4 lengths from the front. Cut to the Chase is the leader. Cut to the Chase with American Pearl down toward the inside. Into the final furlong. Taverna toward the outside is lingering now third as American Pearl moves up to her inside, but Cut to the Chase has a 5-length lead past the 16th pole. Cut to the Chase. Victor Espinoza to win it. American Pearl will be home second. Taverna was third. She's a Cherry finished fourth.
Cut to the Chase did exactly that here in start number 2 of her career, strutting her stuff out on the main track in a quick time of 1:10 and 2. Daughter of Complexity set just off the early pace that was set by Contemplate down the backstretch, but always within contention and really eased under the wire. No stress at all for this Complexity filly. Keeneland September sale graduate for Wesley Ward, Tom Bachman, and Victor Espinoza going to be visiting the winner's circle here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 6, Cut to the Chase first. 2, American Pearl second. 7, Taverna third. 3, She's a Cherry fourth. 6-2-7-3 unofficial. Sixth race results official. 6-2-7-3 the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland 6, the Garen Casey Sales number 6, Cut to the Chase, owned by Tom Bachman and trained by Wesley Ward. Victor Espinoza, the jockey. Cut to the Chase, 3-year-old filly by Complexity, out of Listen to Libby by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 10.5 seconds over the fast main track. In the winner's circle, the Garen Casey Sales Trophy presentation to the connections of Cut to the Chase. Keeneland 7th and featured race upcoming, 29th running of the Franklin Stakes, Grade 2, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed firm. Rail at 10 feet, double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 3, Lady Crush. Scratch number 9, Future is Now. Jockey for the 5, Pipsy, Irad Ortiz Jr. 5, Pipsy, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Race number 7 is our Grade 2 feature on this Sunday afternoon. It's the Grade 2 Franklin Stakes for fillies and mares 3 and up, sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. Big race coming up here, and the number 7 horse, Luna Luska, is very fast. She is lightning quick. This filly, by complexity, has blitzed fields in her last 4 starts, wire to wire in each and every one of them. Synthetic course win to break her maiden onto the turf in an allowance race, and then back-to-back stakes victories on the turf, and most recently doing so going 6 furlongs. So she stepped up and added furlong in her last race in the Floral Park Stakes at Belmont at Aqueduct, and was able to keep on going under Kendra Carmouche. And this will be the first time in her career that she gets the same rider in 2 consecutive races, with Kendrick taking the call down here at Keeneland. So I think she's going to be tough to catch going 5.5, and a 3-year-old filly that has already beaten older fillies and mares, most recently up in New York. So Luna Luska on top for me at 2-1 with that speed that she possesses. The number 5 horse, Pipsy. Will Walden sends this filly out with Irad Ortiz Jr. picking up the mount here today. This is a daughter of Kodiak who, as we heard earlier today on Today at Keeneland, Will Walden said she needs to run. She is tearing down the barn. Love hearing that from trainers when they talk about their runners in any race. And a filly that has run some big races, most recently winning the Grade 2 Intercontinental at Saratoga. A bit off form in her last couple between the Caress and the Turf Sprint. But based on the way that Will's saying that she's acting, you've got to look out for this filly. And you'll also look out for at the upcoming Keeneland November sale, as she is cataloged as hip number 167. That's the 5 horse Pipsy. And then the 2 horse Time to Dazzle for Mark Cassie. Now she's going to get the pace to run at in this race, and she's one that can close here today. Can she close going 5.5? That is the question under Jose Ortiz, but down on the inside is where she should be, and Time to Dazzle is certainly capable of potentially springing what would be a very mild upset. She's 9-2 in the wagering. Race number 7 starts the final pick 3 of the day, and it is our feature, the Grade 2 Franklin Stakes, up next here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race 29th running of the Franklin Stakes Grade 2. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, the rail at 10 feet. Scratch 3, Lady Crush, and Scratch 9, Future Is Now. A reminder, the jockey for number 5, Pipsy, Irad Ortiz Jr. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time at 7 minutes. Parading to the post, number 1 is Pondering, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. 2, Time to Dazzle, owned by Tracy Farmer, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey, Jose Ortiz. 3 is Scratched. 4 is One Happy Mama, owned by Travis Murphy, Matt Trent, Poindexter Thoroughbreds LLC of Alan Poindexter, trained by Travis Murphy, the jockey, Gabriel Saez. 5, Pipsy, owned by the Woodford Thoroughbreds LLC of John Sykes, Will Walden trains. The jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. 6, In Our Time, owned by Resolute Racing of John Stewart, Miller Racing LLC of Myron Miller, trained by Safi Joseph Jr., the jockey, Luis Saez. 7, Luna Lusca, owned by the JR Ranch of Jose Aguirre, Marquis Bloodstock of Ramiro Estrepo, High Step Racing of Randall Guy, Gustavo Delgado, the trainer, and Kendrick Carmouche, the jockey. And number 8, Cart Girl Sam, owned by Rohan Crichton, Dennis Smith, and Daniel Walters, trained by Rohan Crichton, the jockey, Ben Curtis. Post time is 6 minutes.
Luna Lusca, she's been very impressive lately. What made you guys decide to ship her here to Keeneland to take on Stakes Company today?
Each race that we put in front of her, she's accomplished everything, like every test, So we said, well, what the heck, why not, It's a big step ahead, but I think she's ready. She looks nice. She's liking it here. I mean, who doesn't love Keeneland? And I think, we just found out about the late scratch. Seems favorable, but, we still have to run. We still have to, show up and see. But so far, everything's been good. She's been, very helpful, quiet. All the signs you want to see, but, of course, we got...
She's very fast. Do you think anybody could be as fast as her on the front end?
Hopefully not. You know how it is, guy. Hopefully not.
Well, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the 29th running of the Franklin Stakes Grade 2. Moving into line race 7, here's Pondering. Time to Dazzle. One Happy Mama walks up, along with Pipsy. In Our Time comes forward. 2 more to load. Luna Luska. Cart Girl Sam, the last one. Last one comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Franklin Stakes. In Our Time comes right out for the lead. Luna Luska now kicks in toward the center of the course, moves up to join In Our Time. Luna Luska moves up, takes the lead by a neck. In Our Time is second against the rail. Then a gap of just over 2 more lengths. One Happy Mama is in third. Pipsy, a lane off the rail, over to the far turn in fourth. Cart Girl Sam far outside is fifth. Pondering is sixth back toward the inside. And Time to Dazzle is last of the 7. 20.65 seconds for the opening quarter. Around the far turn, In Our Time leading Luna Luska by 3/4 of a length, and a gap of nearly 5 more lengths back to One Happy Mama, followed by Pondering to the inside at the top of the stretch. Time to Dazzle and Pipsy still far back with Cart Girl Sam on their outside. In Our Time, the leader. Here comes Pipsy on the outside, and here comes Time to Dazzle, racing up the rail, but running out of time. Time to Dazzle going to try to squeeze through an opening to the inside. Time to Dazzle, right up the rail for Jose Ortiz to the winner's circle in the Franklin. Time to Dazzle with a breathtaking run down the stretch.
Time to Dazzle doing just that as they turn for home. If she wasn't last, she wasn't far from it. And Jose Ortiz threading through that inside that Kurt mentioned in the race call and able to run down the pace set out in front of her, which was wickedly fast. Finishing strongest of all, another stakes winner by not this time this meet here at Keeneland. Time to Dazzle winning at odds of 3-1 in today's Grade 2 feature.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th. Number 2, Time to Dazzle, 1st. Number 6, In Our Time, 2nd. Number 1, Pondering, 3rd. And number 5, Pipsy, was 4th. 2615 unofficial. Race 7 results official. 2615, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 7th and featured race, 29th running of the Franklin Stakes Grade 2, number 2, Time to Dazzle. Owned by Tracy Farmer, trained by Mark Cassie. 2 wins today for jockey Jose Ortiz. Time to Dazzle is a 4-year-old filly by Not This Time, out of Staria by Unbridled Song. The winner bred in Kentucky by Dr. Rodney Orr. Keeneland September graduate Time to Dazzle gets the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 2.09 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Franklin Stakes. Lexington Mayor Linda Gorton presents to the connections of Time to Dazzle.
Time to Dazzle with a brilliant off-the-pace finish here in the Grade 2 Franklin Stakes for Tracy Farmer, Mark Cassie, and Jose Ortiz. Things developed beautifully for you out on the front end. Did you have a sense that they were going to be going that quick?
Yeah, and obviously the speed on paper looked like it was heavy. And when I see Luna Luzca, she's not in front, I knew they were going pretty fast. So I rode it with patience. Around the turn, I had to tap on the brakes a little bit and follow the one. But I knew the one was going to take me to the apple, and I did that. And then I found the hole in the inside, and she exploded.
Huge performance. Well done, Jose.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Let's go to Gabby.
Scott, thank you very much, and so happy to be joined by Tracy Farmer. Tracy, this was a sensational effort. Just your thoughts with this filly coming down the stretch today and that explosive run.
Well, we've been hoping for this run, and she showed it today. So what a day, a beautiful facility, and all the fans. What could be better?
How does it feel to get this graded stakes score here at Keeneland as well?
It is super at Keeneland. They've done a wonderful job here.
Well, congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you very much.
Time to Dazzle does just that here today at Keeneland.
Thank you, Gabby and Scott. Race 8 coming up. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Main track is listed fast. Scratch the 4, Overbore. Also scratch the 7, Xander. Scratch number 8, Lend It To Me. And scratch the 12, Guanare. A reminder, number 13, JJ's Joker draws into the race. Jockey as programmed.
Just now 15 minutes away from the start of the late daily double here, the penultimate race, race number 8, 16,000 claimers, 3-year-olds and up, going 7 furlongs. Several scratches in here, as you can see on the tote board. The 4, 7, 8, and 12 are all scratched out of this event. The number 9 horse is the 5-2 favorite. That's where I ended up after scratching a few of the horses that I liked prior. That's Sutherland for Merkan Katarmachi, a son of Twirling Candy, who has a win this year, 3 for 28 lifetime. But this is a barn, first off the claim, that has done some good work in the past and recently. And this horse showing up from 12.5 up to 16,000. You got Irad on your side, which certainly will sway some opinions, including mine. So Sutherland, a pretty straightforward horse who tends to lay just off the pace and try to make a run, or at least is involved in these races early on. So 7 furlongs is going to be the distance here today. I think well within the scope of this 6-year-old son of Twirling Candy getting set for his 29th career race. On next to the number 2 horse, Gluckstad for Kelly Martinez, another one that she brings over from Prairie Meadows and drops out of A Other Than Allowance Company in for 16 here today. Being aggressive on the ship from Iowa, showing up here into this $16,000 group. I think that this one fits, especially with the scratches in this race. So at 10-1, Gluckstad, the second choice in a very wide open race, at least second choice for me here in race number 8. And then finally, the number 6 horse, that is Lightning Struck for Robertino Diodoro. This horse has been claimed a lot this year. Going back to earlier at Oaklawn Park, claimed by Diodoro. It's a reclaim scenario for Diodoro, who had him for one start over at Churchill Downs. And last time out, he didn't run one of his better races as of late for Robertino. So dropping in for $16,000, he was well beaten. But again, just summing up the competition in the face of this number 6 horse here today, I think that you'll get a better effort in race number 8. We're just 13 minutes away from post time. Horses saddled up, just waiting for the riders up call to start the late daily double. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race. Claiming price of $16,000 for these 3-year-olds at up 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling double. Scratch the 4, Overbore. Scratch the 7, Xander. Scratch number 8, Lend It To Me. And scratch the 12, Quinare. A reminder, number 13, JJ's Joker, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed. Post time at 7 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race. Moving into line, race 8. Dennington moves into line. Sutherland approaches the gate. One Cool Dude comes forward along with background. Mucho Mojo. JJ's Joker, the last one, walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. There goes Sutherland. Lightning Struck has some early speed as well, and One Cool Dude is there on the outside. These three come to the front. JJ's Joker away running fourth up on the extreme outside. And then Mucho Mojo is fifth. Background is sixth. The break of 5 more lengths then. Back to Gluckstadt, who's up on the outside, running along in the 7th position, already with some ground to make up here early on as they head off the end of the backstretch. Dennington, hometown hero, is at the back. At the front of the field, though, a three-way shuffle for the lead. Lightning Struck and Sutherland side by side, and One Cool Dude seeks to join them a half length off the front pair, but caught wide heading onto the far turn. And then Mucho Mojo fourth in between horses. JJ's Joker far outside. Background is a close-up sixth toward the inside, just 3 lengths off the lead. Sutherland between horses has put ahead in front, leads it by a neck. Lightning Struck to the inside. One Cool Dude wide all the way around the far turn. Moves up, though, to challenge for the lead once again. JJ's Joker is in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. Quarter mile to go. One Cool Dude moves up, has the lead, a neck off the turn. Sutherland fights on to the inside of that one. JJ's Joker, and then Gluckstadt. Here comes Gluckstadt down the center of the racetrack. Sutherland to the inside. One Cool Dude and JJ's Joker in between horses. It is One Cool Dude with a narrow lead. JJ's Joker is trying. Gluckstadt needs to find more. Still got Sutherland to the inside. Here's JJ's Joker now kicking in from the outside of One Cool Dude. JJ's Joker, Jaime Torres to win it. One Cool Dude across the line in second.
There is something about Keeneland Racecourse and this main track that brings out good things in this son of Practical Joke. JJ's Joker drawing in off the also eligible and taking full advantage of it as the 2 Gluckstadt was to his outside, but he had that inside position, had the jump on him, and he chugs along to victory here today. Now 2 for 2 at Keeneland Racecourse. 13-10-5 unofficial in the top 3 in race 8.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: 13, JJ's Joker first. 10, One Cool Dude second. The 5, Background third. The 6, Lightning Struck fourth. 13, 10, 5, 6 unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, number 13, JJ's Joker. The winner owned and trained by Mercan Cantermasi. Jaime Torres, the winning jockey. JJ's Joker, a 5-year-old gelded son of Practical Joke out of Cabbage Key by AP Indy. The winner bred in Kentucky by Doug and Felicia Branham. 1 minute, 24.85 seconds for the 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Results of race 8 official. 13, 10, 5, 6, the official results. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Turf is firm, rail at 10 feet. Scratch number 3, She's on a Roll. Scratch 14, Green Screen. And scratch 15, Election Night. A reminder, number 13, Alpeland, draws into the race. The jockey, Florent Giroux.
Our ninth and final event here on this Sunday card at Keeneland gives us a Toyota Super High Five opportunity. Don't forget about that wager, $1 minimum wager for the Toyota Super High Five. And we close out this week of racing and this afternoon of racing with a two-year-old 5.5 furlong event on the turf course, the firm-listed turf course. And I'm going to go to the first-time starter to the outside, the number 12 horse, Chasing Freedom. He's a well-bred son of Constitution out of the stakes-winning First Dam Into the Mystic, daughter of Into Mischief for Twin Creeks Racing, the homebred for Twin Creeks. Good workouts at Ellis, recently worked here a couple of times at Keeneland Racecourse. And I'm going to be honest with you, I was swayed by the presence of Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard this gelding here today for Rob Atras. Good-looking chestnut son with a good pedigree and going to get underway here today, get things underway here today in his racing career on the turf course. And Rob Atras just saying to me that he moves like a horse that he feels like will handle the turf. So that's enough for me. He's 5-1 on the board right now, taking a shot with a first-time starter, Constitution gelding, Chasing Freedom. Down on the inside, the number 1 horse, Bluegrass Town for Calumet Farm, a son of Spitestown bred by Calumet, is a half-brother to a couple of turf winners from that Stormcat First Dam, half-brother to a stakes winner, the established family here, and he ran on the turf course at Kentucky Downs and ran much better from a speed figure perspective, even though going from 3rd to 4th may not look that way when it comes to his 2 races. But the speed figure, a positive move forward on the number 1 horse, Bluegrass Town, Tyler Gaffalione. You've got Brendan Walsh with this number 1 horse, a gray son of Spitestown out of that Stormcat First Dam. He's the 3-1 favorite right now in the current wagering, being saddled up in the saddling stalls. And then finally, the number 7 horse will round out my top 3, 9-1 on Spirit of Walkin' for Albaugh Family Stable and trainer Dale Romans, colt by Uncle Mo. They gave nearly $250,000 for the September sale last year. He's had a couple of runs on the main track. He was part of the pace in a race that I talked about here this week at Keeneland. We'll talk more about next week. He was part of the pace in a race that was won by Spun DMC, a nice 2-year-old colt of Randy Morris's, and then he faded to finish 6th. On debut at Ellis, he was in that race that was won by Infiltrate, who was the favorite yesterday and went 2 turns for the first time and ran a big second-place finish behind Rancho Santa Fe. So I do think if the 7 can handle the turf and moves forward on the turf, given the competition that he's run against in his first 2 starts, those are stout maiden special weights that he comes out of. I think he's worth a solid look at 10-1. Again, good luck in the nightcap, 16 minutes to post. Don't forget about the $1 Toyota Super High Five in our 9th and final event.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Bassett. Maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed firm rail at 10 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch 3, She's on a Roll. Scratch 14, Green Screen. And scratch 15, Election Night. A reminder, number 13, Alpeland, draws into the race. The jockey, Florent Giroux. Post time at 8 minutes.
We're taking a look at Cynical Humor, the current version, live out on the track, the daughter of Gunrunner. And we're going to also bring in from just over a year ago, this filly going through the Keeneland September sale ring is hip number 776. She was consigned by Grovendale Sales by Gunrunner. Half sister now to 4 winners out of a grade one place first dam, daughter of Tappet. It's a half sister to Accession, who was runner up in the grade 2 Rebel Stakes. And owner John Fung bought this filly for $180,000. You look at the short amount of time that we've had Gunrunners out on the racetrack, we have seen this cross work so well together. Gunrunner from Tappet First Dams, and this is a product of that. Cynical Humor filly that makes start number 2 of her career and showed some promise on debut. Victor Espinoza, Wesley Ward looking to team up for 2 wins today here at Keeneland Racecourse. And then Bluegrass Town, the number 1 horse, Calumet Farm, looking for another win today. Brendan Walsh, the conditioner of this Spitestown colt. On the clock report this morning on Today at Keeneland, they put us on a winner earlier today. Can they do it again? The tote board's telling us that this colt is live. Bluegrass Town getting set for the nightcap. Don't forget about the $1 Toyota Super High 5 in race number 9.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Bassett. Moving into line, ninth race. Cynical Humor comes forward. No Joke Joe. Ruler of the Skies walks up. Here is Spirit of a Walk-On. Chasing Freedom comes forward. Chasing Freedom goes in. Cowboy Roy approaches the gate. Cowboy Roy into line. Spirit of a Walk-On awaits along with Alpeland. Spirit of a Walk-On goes in. Alpi Land, the last one, walking up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Alpi Land and Chasing Freedom along with Emiliano, all quick into stride, and Cowboy Roy up close down toward the inside. Grace Met Cupid comes away running in fifth. Bluegrass Town is sixth toward the inside. Spirit of a Walk-On will go seventh for the move up the backstretch. No Joke Joe is eighth toward the outside. Road Trippin' is in ninth. Midshaken is 10th. Cynical Humor near the back of the pack moves up 2 spots now into the 10th position. Further back, Ruler of the Skies is last. Chasing Freedom, the leader, has gotten clear with the lead. Over to the rail, leads it by a length and a half. Alpi Land is second up on the outside. Cowboy Roy looks for running room, moves up third toward the inside. Spirit of a Walk-On has to swing wide into the 4th position. Bluegrass Town is in 5th, still 7 from the front. They turn for home. Chasing Freedom with Cowboy Roy behind to the inside, and Alpi Land there to the outside. Bluegrass Town is in 4th position. Spirit of a Walk-On is 5th. It is Chasing Freedom with the lead. Here's Alpi Land again from the outside. Still 2 lengths between them, though. Chasing Freedom. And here comes another try from Alpi Land. Alpi Land puts ahead in front. Bluegrass Town goes to third. Alpi Land to win it. Chasing Freedom second. Bluegrass Town was across the wire in third, close for fourth.
Well, Jose Ortiz gets the best of his brother Irad Ortiz Jr., who was aboard the number 12 horse Chasing Freedom, who broke like a rocket away from the starting gate. And even here, it looks like he's got a little bit more run left in him, but then he starts to kind of wander a little bit out on the front end, perhaps just tiring on debut. Runs a giant race for trainer Rob Atris, but Alpi Land just would not go away and finally wears him down and scores at 5-1 by just about a length in the end. 13-12-1 unofficial for the top 3 in the nightcap here at Keeneland.
Objection sign posted. Please hold all tickets. More information in just a moment. The unofficial result, 13-12, 110-5. Objection sign posted. At Keeneland to end this ninth race, the trainer of number 6, Grace Met Cupid, has lodged a claim of foul, and the claim of foul has been lodged against the 5, Cowboy Roy, the unofficial 5th place finisher, alleging interference on the turn. So please hold all tickets. Objection pending concerning the unofficial 5th place finisher. In the winner's circle for race 9, number 13, Alpeland, owned by the DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green. 2 wins for trainer Mark Cassie, the winning jockey Florent Giroux. Alpeland, a 2-year-old son of Vacoma out of Il Brigante by Keeland, bred in Kentucky by Dennis Valella. 1 minute 3.08 seconds for the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Objection still pending concerning the unofficial 5th place finisher. Trophy presentation in the winner's circle for race 9, the Bassett to the connections of Alpeland for today's 9th race. No change in the result. No change in the result. 13, 12, 1, 10, 5. That result stands. Ninth race results official, 13-12, 1-10-5, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Live racing resumes here Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Simulcasting remains open for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.